Good evening and welcome to the August 5th, 2025 Lawrence City Commission meeting. The first item on our agenda is to consider a motion to recess into executive session. The action would be to recess into executive session for approximately 20 minutes to discuss privileged legal communication from the city's attorneys regarding laws and their application to city operations, pursuant to a KSA 75-4319. So Part B2, justification of the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 5:21 p.m. after the executive session is concluded. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Second?
Second.
Okay. A motion by Littlejohn, second by Larson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 4-0 with Finkeldye absent. and nothing was decided, and there was no action taken in that meeting. The next item is to consider a motion to recess into another executive session. Would anyone else like to read the action?
I move that we recess into an executive session for approximately 20 minutes to discuss the possibility of acquiring real property in the city pursuant to the exception under KSA 754319 subsection B6 for the preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property. The justification of the executive session is to keep the possible terms and conditions of the property acquisition confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 5:43 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
Okay, that is a motion by Sellers, seconded by Littlejohn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes 4-0. Finkeldye is still absent. Back from our second executive session, and we have nothing to report. The next item on the agenda is executive session item 3, which is to consider a motion to recess into executive session. The action is to recess into executive session for approximately 15 minutes to discuss employer-employee negotiations pursuant to the employer-employee negotiations exception as set forth in KSA 75-4319B3. Justification for the executive session is to keep employer-employee negotiated matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 6 o'clock after the executive session is concluded. Is there a motion?
Move to recess into executive session.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Larson, seconded by Littlejohn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, the motion passes 3-0. Finkeldie, Sellers abstaining. third executive session, and we have nothing to report. Next item is for our city clerk to read the rules of the meeting, please.
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones and other devices. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute and turn on your camera to provide your comments. Please state your name and zip code before providing your comments. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Okay, the next item on our agenda is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as it stands?
Move to approve the agenda?
Second.
Motion to approve the agenda by Finkeldye, seconded by Larson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes 5-0. Okay, the next item on our agenda is to do a proclamation related to Dorothy Singleton Harvey, and I believe David Wilkinson is here to receive this proclamation and recognition, I should say. Dave, would you like to speak a few words prior to this?
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate it. I bring you greetings from our senior pastor, Rachel Glenn Williams, and the members of St. Luke AME, and we thank you. And Mother Harvey would say this: please join us at church on Sunday at 10 or 11. St. Luke AME appreciates you.
Thank you very much for coming and for bringing this to our attention. I'm going to go ahead and read the recognition right now. Whereas Dorothy Singleton Harvey, a beloved lifelong member of the Lawrence, Kansas community, will be celebrating her 100th birthday on August 11, 2025. Affectionately known as Mother Harvey, she is loved by all. And whereas Mother Harvey's father was a railway clerk and her mother a teacher, her grandmother was a child of a slave-master relationship, and her grandfather was a Cherokee Indian. She also had a Cherokee and white ancestor on her father's side. She grew up in a segregated area of Kansas City, graduating from Sumner High School, and later attended the University of Kansas. And where she married Dean Harvey, whom she met at KU. They farmed southeast of Lawrence. The Harveys had 3 children. Dorothy had been active in St. Luke AME Church and the civil rights movement in Lawrence for decades. She still lives on the farm, the family farm, which is operated by her grandsons. And whereas her grandmother was Mary Snell Craig, born in Texas, and the child of a slave woman and her master, as her grandmother had red hair and looked so much like the child in the big house, her grandmother was given her freedom and left Texas and settled in Missouri. Her grandfather was Andrew Craig, a Cherokee Indian. And whereas Mother Harvey is a stalwart member of her church, St. Luke AME, and the greater Lawrence, Kansas area, whose grace, beauty, and countenance are only exceeded by her deep love for God. And whereas we join together in a chorus of joy, gratitude, and love to celebrate our beloved Mother Dorothy Harvey's 100th birthday on August 11, 2025. Now, therefore, I, Mike Dever, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, along with my fellow commissioners, hereby recognize Dorothy Singleton Harvey and wish her a happy 100th birthday. Thank you, David. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, and items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes of comments on those items. And I had item D8A asked to be removed.
Yes, I'd like to pull D8A.
And I do know there's a quasi-judicial item D9. Would anyone like that pulled, or is it good? Okay. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding D8A?
We need to make sure the public doesn't want to pull that item.
Quasi.
Yeah.
Quasi-judicial.
Sorry, I didn't see anybody.
That's okay, I just want to make sure online here before we, thank you. There isn't any.
Okay, thanks. Okay,
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of B8A.
Second.
Okay, motion by Finkeldei, seconded by Larson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay, item D8A.
I pulled D8A. I got a couple emails. I don't see Candace Davis or Marcy Francisco here. But the concern was about this is a change to the OIAD, a proposed change to the OIAD neighborhood. And there's just some questions about if we were approving something or if this is just the start of the process. So I don't know if Lynn or Jeff or someone wants to talk through the process.
Lynn is online. I just need to get a window real quick.
And I'll just say, while we're pulling it over, under our code, members of the public can ask for changes, or the city commission can, or the planning commission can. This is a member of the public asking for a change to the OIAD, and under the code, we have to let that process start. But Lynn, if you could talk that through a little bit.
Certainly. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Lynn Braddock-Zollner, Historic Resources Administrator, and the planner who is shepherding through this request for a text amendment to the OIAD design guidelines. As Vice Mayor Finkeldei mentioned, this is the very beginning of this process, and we anticipate a robust community involvement as part of this, similar to what we did when we had the neighborhood plan and the design guidelines. So what we anticipate from this point forward is if the commission chooses to initiate this project, it will have public hearings before the Historic Resources Commission, because they are the body that originally did the design standards. It will have a public hearing before the Planning Commission, and it will have a public hearing when we bring back all those recommendations to the City Commission. In addition, when we're working with a neighborhood plan and design guidelines like this, we'd like to go ahead and have public meetings. We haven't scheduled anything like that yet, waiting to see if the City Commission was going to initiate the text amendment. If you do initiate the text amendment this evening, we will certainly be having neighborhood meetings where everyone who's involved in the neighborhood can participate in what this text amendment looks like, if it goes forward, or if there are changes, all those kinds of things that we research with the text amendment.
And to be clear, one possibility is what comes to us is recommendation for no change.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you for bringing it up. Any public comment?
There's none else.
Commissioners, any other questions?
No, I'm just glad we got those questions answered and
Yeah.
look forward to the process.
Agreed.
Do I have to read this entire?
You should.
Okay. Since I pulled it, I guess I'm
Did.
punished for.
Well, you're-
I hereby move we initiate a text amendment, AMDT-25-004, to revise the statement on page 80 of the OIAD Neighborhood Design Guidelines, 2016 edition, to remove the requirement of 7,260 square feet for a duplex lot size in Chapter 5A, District 1-low density, to remove the restriction of creating and modifying lots to accommodate the construction of duplexes or other high-intensity residential dwellings, and replace all instances of duplex with two-unit dwelling in the entire document to be consistent with the newly adopted Land Development Code.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Finkeldei, seconded by Sellers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And that was just D8A, correct? You pulled?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you. All right. Move on to our regular agenda items. First, it's to conduct a public hearing on requested industrial revenue bond, property tax abatement for the Peaks of Lawrence mixed income housing development, and to consider adopting resolution number 7617, amending resolution number 7524, which declared the city's intent to issue industrial revenue bonds of up to $11 million, and declaring the city's intent to issue additional revenue bonds in the amount of $14,750,000 and granting a 10-year, 65% property tax abatement.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager. And Mayor, thanks for reading that. That's a bit of a mouthful for an agenda item setup, and I'll explain that here briefly, and then hand over the presentation to the city's financial advisor from Baker Tilly Municipal Advisors, Tom Calico. We're also joined tonight by the applicant's representative, Pat Watkins, and he'll provide a bit of a presentation after Mr. Calico finishes. So I am actually filling in for our Affordable Housing Administrator, Leah Roseland, tonight. So my technical depth and knowledge on this project is not as deep as hers, but I will do my best. This development, the Peaks of Lawrence, is located approximately at 6 and Branchwood, or Queens. Queens is on the, just for reference, on the north side of 6th Street. Branchwood is on the south side of 6th Street. Most people might recognize this property as kind of the old white sort of farmstead-looking property as you're heading out on West 6th Street, although I think recently there's been some dirt work to do some remediation there, so it looks a little bit different today. This is a 42-unit senior affordable housing development for seniors, population 55 and older. The application originally for this project included a request for a IRB sales tax abatement and a neighborhood revitalization area. The applicant since revised that request and instead is now requesting a property tax abatement, IRB, as well as a sales tax abatement through the IRB. The commission had previously adopted the resolution of intent for the sales tax IRB, which is why the action tonight after the hearing would be to amend that resolution, and then the new resolution that you would be adopting tonight would not only amend it, but then establish the intent to issue the property tax abatement IRB as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Good evening, Mayor, members of the Commission. Tom Calico with Baker Tilly Municipal Advisors. As I always do at the outset of this, just want to clarify that neither I personally or my firm has any financial interest in this project. So an overview, repeating a little bit of what Brandon said. This is an infill site containing a vacant home located at the southwest corner of 6th Street and Queens Road. The site's about 2.3 acres, or about 100,000 square feet of area. The project as proposed is a 43-unit mixed-income senior apartments, age restricted to 55 and over. 8 units will be restricted to 30% or less of AMI, 14 units restricted to 40% or less of AMI, and 12 to 60% or less with 8 market units, 8 market rate units. The affordability period will be for 30 years. This is the sources and uses of the project. It's a little over a $13 million project. You can see that it is supported by a range of different uses, private debt and equity, as well as housing tax credits. The bulk of the project cost, of course, is for the construction of the improvements. I will note there's a little bit of a discrepancy in your report. You'll see that the project cost is listed as $12 million and some odd change. The difference there is noted at the bottom in the fine print. The 12 million and change figure does not include contingency. What you're seeing on the screen does include a contingency. The requested incentive, as Brandon mentioned, is property tax abatement through the issuance of industrial revenue bonds. The request is for 65% property tax abatement for a period of 10 years. There is also the associated sales tax exemption on construction materials, which was previously awarded by the Commission. I always want to iterate when we talk about industrial revenue bonds, they are bonds issued by the city, but they do not represent a financial obligation of the city. It is anticipated that the applicant will pay all of the debt service, and it's essentially essentially a paper process, and like I say, no financial obligation to the city. I do have a rendering of what the project will look like here, and I think Pat Watkins will talk a little bit more to the project itself. Your economic development policy currently says that it generally recognizes that affordable housing projects are in need of economic development incentives. But I do like to note that with these tax credit projects, the developer's return is limited by the terms of the tax credits themselves. If the project, it does come in at less expensive cost than what was anticipated, then both the tax credits and, in this case, the property tax abatement would be reduced as well. So it's a little bit self-leveling. The incentive to the applicant is primarily through a developer fee, as is the case for all of these tax credit projects. We did look at the fiscal impact of the project. It is positive to all of the taxing entities. The 25-year fiscal impact is listed in the chart on the screen. The project meets the city's economic development policy in several respects. It promotes redevelopment activity, infill activity. It enhances neighborhood vitality, providing the 34 affordable units. It does qualify for that extra 15% above the 50% baseline abatement set out in your economic development policy by virtue of meeting some other add-on benefits, primarily along the lines of the bullets here. Oops, wrong way. So the action before you for tonight is to consider a resolution that is amending a prior resolution, preserving the previously approved exemption for sales tax exemption for construction materials, but then adding on the 10-year property tax abatement that we just discussed. There will be a time and a place for adopting the performance agreement, but that's not tonight. You'll actually do that at a subsequent meeting after the project is a little closer to completion. So with that, before handing it over to Patrick Watkins, I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Any questions for Tom this morning?
Not a question for Tom, but just a question in general, and maybe you, Brandon. With the original being the NRA, we typically using these terms, it's the difference between the current assessed and the newly assessed, and that's the difference that's paid. With this being 10 years, 65% property tax abatement, does it still follow that same? I mean, so will this abatement be on the new assessed value or on the current assessed value?
Oh, Tom, you want to take
Anybody can answer it.
I'll turn it over to Patrick.
Good evening, Commissioners. Patrick Watkins. I'm here on behalf of Resource Housing Group, and Chase Northcutt and Sam Coates are on the line as well. To answer your question, Commissioner Sellers, the abatement acts differently than the NRA. It's not on the increment, it's on the entire taxed amount. So 65%, sort of akin to maybe a 75% NRA, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I'm pleased to be here tonight on behalf of Resource Housing Group. This is an exciting project. It's obviously an investment of $13 million in our affordable housing inventory. That on its own is great news. It's already received a LIHTC award, which you don't always see. This is an infill development of a hard-to-develop parcel. There's a reason that things have developed around this one. Sanitary sewers have not been brought to this site. Massive investment to take infrastructure to this site. And it's a unique property that sort of sits on top of a hill. It's hard to manage stormwater and other things. But it also comes from a nonprofit developer with a proven track record of successful projects. You'll hear a little bit more about them. Chase and Sam would like to speak to their company and their project. These LIHTC projects are complicated. They're tedious. These applications take a significant investment of time and resources just to submit to the state for being considered for LIHTC credits. It can take several years of work, and in this case, the contract for this property goes back several years. That's why there are only a few developers and operators that are able to successfully compete for that particular subsidy. These projects are risky as well. This project materialized in 22, and 23, and 24, and the project costs have to track through all of those years. They didn't stop changing at any particular point. And so it takes a real laser focus to track costs, to complete the LATEC application process, to work through all the planning that needs to be done, to bring these financial partners along, then eventually hopefully close on the transaction. It takes sophisticated modeling and financial structures as well to sell the tax credits. So it's hard to overstate from our perspective how much work has gone on to get to this point in the project. Resource Housing Group is familiar with these challenges. They know how to get these projects to the goal line. But being competent at scoring a LIHTC award also means that you can recognize when a project is in jeopardy and needs something more. We would not be here if this project were ready to go. There is a financing gap. I started working with their team in late 2024 when the construction costs, the planning challenges and exercises had accumulated to the point where they had compromised the feasibility of the project. And we discussed a range of options to get this project back into a feasible position, all of which were needed to be pursued. Design adjustments, sharpening the pencil on every line item, working to make sure every bid was accurate and understood. The amount requested here in the IRB is 65% of the future property taxes for 10 years. This is less than what you would typically see for the LIHTC projects that you've seen in the past. I think you're used to seeing 75% NRAs for 15 years. This is a 10-year program because that's what the IRB offers. You'll note in our application, this is the amount that is directly related to the operational deficits of the property after the building is purchased. We showed this dynamic in our application. We showed it to the third-party financial advisors. This amount gets us back into the black. We did meet with Baker Tilly. We have gone through things with Gilmore and Bell. Everything that Brandon had stated is accurate. And we appreciate their staff time on the analysis and the economic report that was completed. You'll see that there is a in-depth financial report here, and I direct your attention to page 52. It shows the net benefits of the project for the different taxing jurisdictions. Even with the IRB, the city's take-home over 25 years is calculated to be $2.7 million in property taxes. The county's is $3.5 million. The school district is $4.3. These are project-created tax revenues that would not exist at that level unless the $12 million, $13 million investment was made. In conclusion, the tax abatement's really, in my opinion, a great opportunity for a few reasons. It'll ensure that this project moves forward, that it will be financially feasible, that it'll operate as well as it can, ensuring 30 years of affordable housing for the community. It lives up to the standards that are set in the city's economic development policy, where we promote and try to attract the right types of housing practices and seek out the interests of groups like Resource Housing. It's a signal to others that are willing to take these sort of financial risks that if you meet our ambitious planning and affordable housing goals, our infill development goals, the city will be there to partner on this sort of economic development level. It's also a signal that our economic development policy is working. Resource Housing did not pick Lawrence out of the blue. We hold ourselves out there as a community that is seeking affordable housing developers, and they are ready. So we're seeking your approval tonight. Chase Northcutt can give you a little bit of background on Resource Housing, and Sam Coates could talk a little bit about the project. Chase, are you there?
Yeah, can y'all hear and see me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, my technology skills are not good sometimes. So, yeah, thanks for having us. I'm Chase Northcutt with Resource Housing Group. We're as Patrick said, we're a nonprofit based out of Atlanta. We've been around for about 30 years. We've developed about 80 of these projects, primarily in the Southeast and the Mid-Atlantic, but we've recently expanded into the Midwest and are looking to go as far west as Phoenix. We have a tremendous amount of experience developing these type projects, and like I said, this is we're a nonprofit, and this is part of our charitable purpose. And we look forward working with the city of Lawrence, and we really appreciate y'all's consideration of this. Even real estate at this time can pose some challenges, and this your consideration of this abatement could really help this project. So I think I'll I'll turn it over to Sam.
Yeah, hey everyone. Sam Coates here with Resource Housing Group. I appreciate Pat's intro here and Chase's to set up the project well. We are a national developer that's been attracted to Kansas. We look for things like well-run state agencies and state resources for affordable housing when targeting markets we enter into, which Lawrence, Kansas specifically has. Lawrence as a city has a very strong affordable housing knowledge and support system for these projects, which drug us to Lawrence, as Pat indicated. This project has seen a tremendous amount of challenges, as indicated earlier, through raising construction costs, depressed equity market, and weakened tax credit pricing, which we're currently seeing in the market, interest rates that have not come down to anticipated levels that everyone was hoping for, and additional site work costs due to these cost overruns we've seen over the past 4 to 5 years. We are not able at this point in time to have approval from our investors to close on this project, and this tax abatement is the final piece that we're needed to get approval to move forward with closing and bringing this project to life. As a nonprofit, there's no gain or angle for additional profit here with this tax abatement. It's really the nature of these affordable housing projects and these LIHTC projects, specifically smaller projects that the state of Kansas promotes. To pay debt service, it's just needed to have this incentive on taxes. So again, we're not coming, asking for some angle to profit. As a nonprofit, we are here just trying to get the deal into black, as Pat said, to get investor consent to close this transaction and bring this project to the city of Lawrence.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay.
Yep. So, Mayor, I think that's it for our presentation. And Commissioner Sellers, and I'm sorry for my delayed response. Pat did address it, but to answer your question, yes, the IRB property tax abatement does exempt 100% of the property tax from, or the valuation from taxes, and then we recover the 35% through a payment in lieu of taxes. So, and that'll be addressed in the performance agreement.
All right. Any other questions?
One question.
Please.
So, Patrick, you had indicated that there's a 30-year period for these to remain affordable. I just want to make sure that's correct. Is that correct? Because the memo says 3 years.
Yeah, I think that's a typo. Sam,
Okay.
you can confirm this is a 30-year compliance?
That's a typo.
Yes, there will be a land use restriction agreement that's placed on the property that will guarantee 30 years of affordability. And again, as a nonprofit, we like to highlight that our intention is to remain these properties to remain affordable indefinitely. So it will be our goal to continue to operate this project and keep this project affordable in excess of 30 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. All right, public comment on this item?
John M., 66049. I hear property tax abatement and my hair on the back of my neck went up. I live in this area. I'm just 2 blocks around from where the farmhouse came down. Glad it's down. A lot of digging has gone on, so we got a big hole and lots of mud. And now I come here today and hear in plain, if I put it in plain language, I hear the contractor say, well, we did lots of work and lots of modeling, but we got it wrong, and now we need more from the city. I'd be really mad if my roof was halfway done and the contractor shows up and says, I can't finish it unless you put some more skin in the game. So at the very least, I would hope you would negotiate this and not just go ahead and move and vote on it. It seems like there might be some more dickering that's required. We don't get to negotiate whether we're going to pay our property taxes or not. So I'm a little alarmed to hear that this might be the deal. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Okay, Sherry, anything online? Okay. All right, please.
I don't know if Tom or Brandon or maybe even Patrick wants to respond to the 65% comes from our policy, correct?
You mind if I take this one?
Go ahead.
Yeah, 65%. The IRB property tax abatement is structured so that you get percentages based upon what your project brings. And so this one qualifies for the 65%. We didn't start there, though. We ended up there. We started with a 15-year abatement because that is what, or a 15-year NRA. You'll remember that Brandon brought up that we applied for the NRA, but we were escorted or negotiated down to a position of 10 years.
And thank you. That's my question. And I would add that 65% is definitely lower in the 10-year as opposed to the 15-year. So appreciate the comments, but I support the policy. As mentioned by both the speakers and others, I mean, one of the ways you attract affordable housing projects is to have a consistent policy that you apply. And this one has been even negotiated down. So I appreciate the project and I'll support it.
Okey-doke.
I appreciate Commissioner Finkeldijk's point on that, just to kind of take it a little bit further. Unfortunately, in our state, we don't have the ability as local municipalities to negotiate or even do a little bit more pushing to mandate inclusionary zoning or affordable housing pieces. So having robust incentives for developers to come in and negotiate with the city to offer affordable housing, because there aren't very many resources available to us. We don't see that through the state, and we're very limited in our funding from the federal government, which is usually what we see through HUD and LIHTC dollars. So it really limits a municipality's ability to be good faith partners in this work outside of whether or not you're working with a housing authority or with your CHODO or housing trust organizations such as Tenants to Homeowners. So when you have developers who have, like you said, like Patrick had stated, has the kind of the wherewithal and knowledge of how to utilize federal tax credits. We're in the last years of our state tax credits. Projects like this, you don't often see. And the fact that the applicant has committed to more than 30 plus years of affordability means that we keep this on the roll. So the ROI to the community and for those who may potentially one day utilize these units is one that I think outweighs the incentive. And so I am not in, I love this project. It speaks to a lot of the things that we want to see with a developer coming to the city and wanting to work with us and to provide a necessary resource, and has taken the due diligence to recognize that we're doing it in our community, which there are not a lot of municipalities, let alone in the region or even in the United States, that does this. And so I'm proud that we can do that and we can say that. We still have work to do, but I'm happy with what we have here. And I think this is just this is an example of what happens when we're intentional about what we are looking for from developers as it relates to affordable housing in our community, big A and little a, and what that looks like. So I appreciate the presentation, and I look forward to this project coming to fruition.
Sounds great. Yeah.
I'm in support of this project. I think it's a good one to, especially got it on the west side of town. I appreciate that. And affordability is obviously the key to this whole project for me.
Yeah, I would support it as well. The affordability is key, and also for the demographic that it's addressing as well. I think we need more projects for that as well. But I think what put me over the top was it's 30 years affordable, and their drive to go ahead and make it longer than 30 years as well. So.
That sounds good. I have great comments. I look forward to trying to attract these kind of investments, reaching out to sections of our community that maybe aren't served as well right now. So would there be a motion to consider this at this point?
Move to it. Oh, go ahead.
I move that we adopt resolution of intent number 7617, amending resolution number 7524, and authorizing an industrial revenue bond, IRB, property tax abatement of 65% over 10 years, in addition to the IRB sales tax exemption on project construction materials.
Second.
Okay, it's a motion by Sellers and a second by Fingeldie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for the comments and for the help from the presenters. The next item on our agenda is to conduct a public hearing regarding the structure, a one-story house at 1310 Prospect Avenue, and consider adopting resolution number 7593, declaring the structure to be unsafe and dangerous, and ordering the property owner to commence and complete substantial repairs to the structure or demolish the structure on or before September 4th, 2025. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Trenny Westcott, the Code Compliance Manager for Planning and Development Services. Before you tonight, as the Mayor said, is Resolution 7593, which declares the structure at 1310 Prospect Avenue as unsafe and dangerous in accordance with KSA 12-1750 and respective subsections. The structure in question is a small one-story dwelling unit, brown in color, and as far as we know, it appears to have been vacant for many years. Resolution 7562 established tonight's hearing date, and that resolution was published on May 10th and 17th, 2025, to comply with Kansas state regulatory requirements. The owner of record of this property is Antonio Moreno, and we have had no contact from Mr. Moreno since we began enforcement action under the city's adopted property maintenance code. As far as we know, Mr. Moreno resides in the state of Florida, and we have not been able to locate him or any next of kin. We have had neighbor complaints surrounding this property. That has included complaints of transients moving into the property late last summer, where we went to the property and met with those folks, and they were subsequently removed from the property. The interior of the dwelling unit is completely gutted down to the studs with some very little drywall. There are no plumbing, mechanical, or electrical components throughout the structure. In your packet, there's pictures outlining all of this I've brought up. This resolution orders the structure to be brought into a habitable condition, making repairs, getting building permits, etc., or demolished by September 4th, 25. Our goal is always to save dwelling units and properties, but we feel with this one we have exhausted all measures, and it is a good candidate for demolition based on the facts I've brought before you this evening. It is a blighting influence on the neighborhood, and as I mentioned, we have exhausted efforts to find an owner or interested responsible party. Again, there have been transients in and out of there. We have had police calls out there for such, and we have been keeping an eye on this property for quite some time. With that, I'll conclude and stand for questions.
Thank you, Trini. Any questions?
Trini, do we know if the owner of the property is up to date on property taxes payments?
I believe they are in arrears. I don't recall how far in arrears.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any public comment on this demolition issue, item 2?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I'm just wondering, when it comes to who's complaining about the homeless living there, like the owner of the property? If not, why does it matter? Like, so what if the homeless are living there? I mean, if they're causing problems elsewhere in the neighborhood, bust the homeless when they're committing the crime. I say, hey, if they found a place to live, why should we be trying to tear the place down because they're living there? Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Christina McKenna, 66046. I just wanted to ask if they're in arrears on the property taxes. I know a lot of places do an auction for the price of the property taxes, sometimes a little bit more than that. Wouldn't that bring a little bit of revenue to the city and take away the price of the city demolishing it and then put it on the developer instead? Just an idea.
Mike Harold, 66049. Another idea for this property is, depending on its state and the cost of rehabilitation, potentially handing it off to tenants to homeowners with some support for it. We're desperate for units, and tenants to homeowners is a good organization. Check.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Okay. Anybody online, Sherry? That was a no.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. All right, I think we go ahead and close the public hearing at this time. So the action is to adopt resolution number 7593, ordering the structure demolished or repaired. Any comments about the state of the building or whether or not it'd be useful to rehabilitate based on the photos I've seen? I don't see it, but maybe somebody has better insight than I.
Trinity, do you mind going over what the process will be if the vote is to approve demolition of the property?
Sure. We will wait the 30 days, and then if we do not hear anything from property owner, we will apply for a demolition resolution and a demolition permit and hire a contractor to demolish the structure.
I would note one of the questions, just looked it up online, that they paid, the last paid in 2023, so they're behind in 2024. For those not familiar with the property tax, you cannot foreclose in a property tax sale until you're 3 years past due. So you have 25, 26, the foreclosure in the tax sale when it starts till 27 and complete sometime in late 28. So if you're waiting for a property tax sale, you'd have about 4 years of this sitting as it is, or if they don't fix it up. So I do agree with the question. I'm glad we looked at that. If this was 3 or 4 years in arrears, there might be a different story here, but this one is only, really only 24 and partly into 25 in arrears, so we'd be waiting a long time to handle that. And to your question, Mayor, looking at the pictures and listening, reading the staff report in detail, I don't believe, one, anyone should be living there, and two, that it's able to be saved in any significant manner.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else?
Make a motion? I move to adopt resolution number 7593, ordering the structure at 1310 Prospect Avenue to be repaired or demolished on or before September 4th, 2025.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Finkeldine, seconded by Sellers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. The next item on our agenda is consider approving a final development plan, DP-25-0007, for Fall Creek Villas, a 14-lot residential development with private street located on the southwest corner of Castle Drive and Tomahawk Drive, submitted by Land Plan Engineering on behalf of 78 LC, property owner of record. Hey there.
Good evening, Commissioners. Sandy Day, Planning. The item before you this evening is a final development plan. This is typically an administrative item, but per your action on the preliminary development plan, the project has been brought forward back to you to demonstrate a project that is compliant with the city's stormwater criteria of the project. The project includes the same number of lots and dwelling units per the previously approved preliminary development plan. That part of what our assessment in a final development plan is to show that the project does conform substantially with the approved preliminary, which this project does. It did modify the lot arrangement a little bit. Lots are a little bit smaller. There is now an area in between two of the lots, and there is also, per the stormwater project, the applicant is proposing gabion walls, special walls that will help protect the stream bank and the development project. The applicant was required to work with the city. They submitted a number of different versions of the stormwater plan for this project. It was rigorously reviewed by the city's engineering technical team for the stormwater as well as the rest of the utilities. There are no other changes to the project in terms of its proposed use with this project as well. I'm happy to answer any questions. All of the documentation is included in your packets. How we looked at density and development, that was all part of the preliminary development plan package, and there is a link to that staff report. There is a graphic in that. It's page 19 of the preliminary development plan staff report, where we looked at the surrounding area. This particular project reflects, while it was not reviewed under the current 2025 zoning code, it was submitted before that. It is consistent with some of those policies that talk about having two-unit attached housing in some of our other districts. This project was originally zoned in 1995. It carried with it throughout its time a maximum density of 15 dwelling units per acre. It is actually a very low-density project, but because many of the lots surrounding this project are very large, that has the effect of a comparative analysis being very difficult. The other challenge with this project, and I've talked with several of the residents, is that we have a project that's gone across 3 different zoning codes. Zoning started under the 1966 code. The preliminary development plan was approved under the 2006 code, and while the final development plan was submitted under the 2006 code, we did adopt the 2025 code. And so while we did not review the project for those kinds of design standards, it does meet some of those intentions. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know the applicant design team is here as well.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you.
Any questions for Sandy?
Thank you.
I guess Sandy or, the developer, I think I saw in there that there's a stormwater management agreement that is a part of this as well.
So part of this project with the gabion walls, and the city engineering team is online to answer more specific questions. The gabion walls are a unique feature of the project, and the concern for how those gabion walls would be maintained over time required the developer to execute a specific agreement. That agreement will have to be recorded for that maintenance. That would get recorded at the time that the final plat, which is still another step of this project, to guarantee that. So that is an additional piece of the project.
Yeah.
So.
Did it say like how long that agreement was for, or is it just?
I don't know the details of that. I would assume it would be in perpetuity, but.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions. If we could talk about the stormwater, how we're taking care of stormwater on this project and the changes that we're seeing now versus what it was when it came to us, I think, a couple years ago. The Gabion Walls, I see that. The stormwater flow, it looks to me like it's going down the street over to the Castle and Tomahawk Drive intersection there. And then we got a stormwater drain that goes just before that intersection. Did the stormwater study show that the flow that's going to come through there at various rainfalls, that it's going to be able to be handled by that culvert that goes underneath the street?
I'm going to let Aaron Parker, who is online, answer the specific engineering questions, but the simple answer is yes.
Okay. Aaron could talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
Easy coming, okay.
Sorry, Hi, yes, this is Aaron Parker, an engineer with the Municipal Services and Operations. I've been on the engineering team for this project. And yes, our stormwater management criteria addresses the 10-year design storm for piped flow. Not only was the 10-year storm model, but as high as the 100-year storm was modeled for this project. Attached to the agenda item is the drainage study summary. The exhibits are not attached with the detailed calculations, but you can see in the drainage study summary that the flow was increased about 0.2% from upstream flows. So the point of discharge from this project is at the Castle Culvert under the Castle Drive road there. So right now it's at 941 cubic feet per second at the 100-year storm flow, and would be increased by 1.2 cubic feet per second. So a very minimal increase in flows. So the stormwater drainage study was reviewed by the Stormwater Engineering Program Manager, was approved. And I wanted to add that the Gabion walls, you can also see in the last paragraph of the drainage study that the Gabion walls are modeled in HEC-RAS and are set back behind the top of bank. So the walls themselves have no impact on the cross-section of the creek, and they will have little to no, there is a little bit of riprap shown in the creek area, but there will be little to no impact on the existing 100-year water surface elevation.
That's great. I have one question in addition to that. Where did the stream bank enhancement stabilization idea with the Gabion walls, how did this come about? Was this as a result of the studies that were done, or is this something that was already there in the background and could be implemented? Can you touch on where these changes came about?
Yeah, so the developer originally proposed to build basically, the home footprint is shown on the preliminary development plan and on the public improvement plans. And the footprint of the buildings was right at a point where the stormwater management criteria disallows development past that point. And it was just so close, we made an engineering judgment call that Gabion walls would provide the protection needed for those homes because the stormwater management criteria has a shorter span from the walls to improvements such as buildings than just natural top of bank channels. In its section 3.0 on easements, it discusses natural channels and setbacks. So the encroachments were considered just too close, and there was some margin of error there. So we wanted to make a judgment on that and have the developer install Gabion walls.
Okay, thank you.
So another question I had was, it's my understanding that now that intersection floods across Castle, is that correct?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm a newer engineer at the city. I cannot speak to that.
So we don't, with the design that's being proposed here, we don't believe that it's going to cause flooding in the road, across the road.
Right, it's designed to handle the 100-year storm. In terms of the additional flows from this development will have a minimal contribution to additional flow. So if assuming the culvert and the downstream infrastructure is sufficient, which from briefing with the engineering program manager in our stormwater program, it is, then there should be no flooding unless the storm was greater than a 100-year event. There could have been a couple 100-year event with kind of changing climate conditions that we're seeing.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
Is the applicant going to speak?
I don't know if they're prepared to. I didn't get that feeling that they had a presentation, but anybody want to speak to this, the applicant here?
Good evening, Phil Struble, Land Plan Engineering. We have no prepared presentation for tonight, but we're happy. Got several people here that can answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Thank you.
So it's also, one more question, also my understanding from reading the documents and the plats that the HOA is going to be responsible for the maintenance of those gabion walls. Is that correct? And that's part of the agreement they're going to have with the city?
I can't answer that, and that is correct, and there is no sunset on that agreement.
Okay. Is there details outlining what that means to maintain them?
I haven't read a recent copy of that, but it's fairly lengthy. I mean, it is fairly detailed about it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's more than just a note on the plat. It is a recording.
I seen the note on the plat, so I just wanted to make sure it was more than that. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions before I go ahead and open up for public comment? Okay, public comment on item 3.
Patrick Ross, 66049. I would like to address my concerns with the Fall Creek Villas. I understand the community's need for additional housing and that infill is the best community-wide method for accomplishing that goal. However, I have considerable concerns with how the process by which this plan is being considered. This project has previously been rejected by both the Planning and City Commissions. The last time it was presented before the City Commission, there were multiple commissioners that questioned the feasibility of this project, both because of the lack of details from the developer and the vague assessments by city staff on their 9 land development code evaluations. This lack of detail was cause enough for concern that one of the commissioners who would have voted against the project instead voted yes, providing the required supermajority 4-to-1 vote, granting the applicant an opportunity to now present a final master plan with needed details. As far as I can tell, there is still a considerable lack of detail beyond staff generalizations and generic diagrams. As I understand it, there are changes regarding lot size and stormwater retention. One of my main concerns is what the project's impact will be on flooding in the already flood-prone area of Deerfield Creek. In the public response to the last City Commission meeting considering the plan, neighborhood members provided video evidence of already present flooding issues. Specifically, they cited that the applicant labeled a recent flooding event as a 10-year storm. The community pointed out that that assessment was incorrect, that it was in fact a 5-year storm event. In that incident, water levels rose considerably higher than the 100-year storm event in the applicant's stormwater projections. It begs to question whether the applicant's calculations concerning a major issue flooding were misinformed or even misrepresentations of the project's impact. If these issues are already present, what will be the fallout of removing an entire forest of biosphere that helps to naturally mitigate flooding and replace it with impervious surfaces of concrete and residential roofing? That will only exacerbate the flooding concerns. This issue will only become more prevalent as climate change continues to increase the frequency of severe weather events and the reality that many of our laws and studies concerning the issue are based on out-of-date data, perhaps causing the scenario I have just laid out. This and many other issues give significant reason for the public, especially adjacent community members, to oppose this project proceeding. Furthermore, as I understand it, this vote is no longer subjected to the supermajority vote required previously. Why is it that when the same project comes before the City Commission that would have been denied had one commissioner not wanted to appease all viewpoints on such a sensitive issue, it no longer requires the same level of scrutiny? It should never have lost that level of supermajority scrutiny since it was previously incomplete. It is also my understanding that the project has changed considerably since the Planning Commission last reviewed it, and that protocol is to have the Planning Commission re-review projects that have gone through considerable change. Because of the precarious nature of pre-existing flood issues and that destruction of extensive forest cover and a nature corridor is being proposed, I believe the public is entitled to have the City's Planning Commission review the true merits of this project and to verify if the applicant's assessments are in fact accurate. I see no reason why we would leave such an impactful decision up to the political arena of the City Commission, which has consistently voted in favor of developmental projects that ignore countless legal barriers, the community's stated comprehensive 2040 plan goals, and environmental impacts, and is basing their decision on vague assessments by city staff who are themselves pressured to toe the line in regards to approval of development projects. Without having the professionals of the Planning Commission, please don't vote on this. Please send this back to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
I'm going to follow those comments by this gentleman. I'm Rich Bailey, 3600 West Timber Court, a neighbor of the proposed Fall Creek Villas project. I won't be talking about the dubious merits of this development, as I've already presented 4 times previously to both the Planning and City Commissions on why I feel this project is simply not a good fit for our neighborhood. Instead, I'll do a few comments here about how I no longer trust the process of our city government as this project has unfolded over the past couple of years. We've heard many times the phrase, to simply trust the process. Well, here's why I'm having trouble doing this. Many of us in the Deerfield Creek neighborhood will kind of feel bamboozled from when the November 2023 City Commission meeting was unilaterally moved to the next month to possibly facilitate a new commissioner who many believed would and was subsequently elected to serve on the commission. And another commissioner would also be departing at that time. This, frankly, to me smells fishy. I guess I'm just not trusting the process here. The Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission twice overwhelmingly, as this gentleman pointed out, voted against this development by 7-2 and 6-3 margins. This begs the question, why the pretense of a planning commission if the city commission simply disregards their decisions? Again, I'm not trusting the process here. In fact, we request at this time that this revised PDP be referred back to the Planning Commission for their review and feedback before a final City Commission vote is held on the new PDP or the revised PDP. And number 3, the new City of Lawrence Land Development Code states, and here's the quote, residential design standards and guidelines as well as infill standards are set so new developments have to match the style of the surrounding area, meaning matching lot widths, distance to neighbors, distance from streets, etc. This ensures structures and the lots look similar. Given these suggested guidelines, I don't see how this Fall Creek Villas development even comes close to matching either the adjoining Fall Creek or Deerfield Creek neighborhoods. I'm not understanding or trusting the process on this one. And real quickly here, just a couple of other unanswered questions. Who pays for any damage repairs to our nearby homes during construction, explosives used and so forth? I don't believe this has been answered. And the city is not liable here, but we want to know who else is. And also, do we have any guarantees that the Fall Creek Homeowners Association will actually enforce an owner-occupied covenant? Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Good evening. I'm Ann Bailey, husband of Rich Bailey. We live at 3600 West Timber Court, which is just 2 properties south of the Villa Development property line, and our house backs up directly to Deerfield Creek. I'm concerned about the flooding along the creek. Several things jump out at me after looking at the final plan for development. The setbacks between buildings has been changed from 10 feet to 5 feet. This cuts down on possible green space for runoff to be absorbed into the earth. The plan shows that the Deerfield Creek will not only deal with the runoff from the villas development, but will also handle water that's coming off the newly developed Hidden Lane Road that sits just above the villas project. Changing the amount and the pattern of storm water that enters into Deerfield Creek places undue risk of flooding and erosion to the neighbors that border the creek. This area was platted in 1977. Drainage may have been adequately handled at that time. The stormwater drain for Deerfield Creek runs under Castle, as has been mentioned, where it intersects with Tomahawk Drive. This drain was designed to accommodate 25-year storms over 50 years ago, but is that still adequate now for runoff? To build the villas, there will be a great many trees and much vegetation removed that will devastate and disrupt green spaces. Permeable surfaces currently needed for dispersing rainwater down the rocky slopes of the property. The villas plan will not preserve and protect natural surface streams because it will destroy the natural stream networks in the existing woods that collect water and convey it to Deerfield Creek. In looking at the final plan, the rainwater coming down the sloping area from Hidden Lane will be collected by storm sewers along the new Tomahawk Court Road before the water has a chance to be absorbed by the limited area of sensitive land along the creek, forcing more water into the creek than might have had a chance to seep into the land. As was mentioned at previous City Commission meetings, the conversation of pervious surfaces to impervious ones will increase the rate and amount of runoff, failing criterion 1.2 of the 2040 plan, which is to mitigate developmental impacts on the watershed. Was this addressed in the stormwater study that was completed? With the loss of so much green space, I worry about how the building of the villas will affect the water runoff and the creek on our property. The windows of our basement sit level with the creek, 25 feet away from its rim. The creek has overflowed many times onto our property. It has never overflowed into our basement, but with the construction of the villas, along with changing climate conditions, it is a real fear. It's not if our basement will flood, but when. I'll end with a quote from Section 5 of Plan 2040. Some of the most valuable lands in our community are ones which we don't build, preserving natural features and areas throughout Douglas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Hi, my name is Patrick Webb, and I'm a retired engineer. Been living in Lawrence for over 20 years. I wanted to talk a little bit about the loss of green space in Lawrence in general, but specifically here. Green spaces help define the character of a town or a city. People don't really want to live in just, cities that don't have parks and green spaces. Every time we develop a patch, remove a treed area, the town loses a bit of its character. A good example of it, I think, is done pretty well, is the Kansas City Trail System. If you've ever been in that area, it connects communities, it connects parks, it connects neighborhoods. There's habitat for animals, things like that. This project don't let them fool you. This project removes all the trees in the areas except two small areas, one between the richer houses on the top of the hill as a buffer, and one at the entrance. Everything else comes out. There will be, in the drainage easement, there will be no trees, no shrubs. The neighbor's view will be gabion walls and riprap. It's going to affect their quality of life and their housing property values. And then Plan 2040. Have you guys read it? It really has a lot of good stuff in it. It preserves sensitive areas like this, entire 8 acres. And I wonder why we're not following that. I know it's not a code we have to go by, but it reflects the community's values and goals, and approval of projects will be against those values. And then in a previous meeting, one of the commissioners mentions that the woods this forest is dying because they saw dead trees. Well, so why should we save it? Why do we care about it? Well, a healthy forest has trees in all phases of life, death, and decay. Dead trees provide habitat and open a canopy for new trees. That's how it renews itself. A better measure of the health of a forest is the wildlife and diversity that's in it. And the neighbors had documented dozens of species of birds and mammals, and over 15 species of trees. This area is worth saving. Then ask yourself, why do we feel pressured to approve this project? What are we going to gain from it? It doesn't provide affordable housing. And then an argument might be, well, maybe, okay, somebody's going to sell an affordable house to move into these. That's not really somebody's going to sell a house in the $200,000 to $300,000 range to move into a $400,000 a duplex? I don't think with HOA fees. I don't think so. Maybe if somebody's downsizing in retirement, they might do that, but they're not going to be selling a $200,000 to $300,000 house to go into a very expensive duplex. So it's expensive to develop. It's going to increase our flooding risk, remove green space, and the neighbors really hate it. So, and then ask yourself, will you be proud to tell your kids and family that you destroyed 8 acres of woods, but hey, we gained 14 expensive duplexes? Please vote no.
Thank you. Patrick?
Before we start the clock, is it possible to bring up the presentation that I provided?
What's the name?
Stephen Johnson.
Did you get that, Kurt?
Sure.
Thank you.
And if you can just go to the illustration on the 4th slide, that'd be fine. I'm going to let you drive. Oh, okay. So is that, okay, you're out. Okay. My name's Stephen Johnson. I live at 3412 Riverview Road, 66049. 18 months ago, the Commission required the developers to come before them with a satisfactory plan to manage stormwater. The latest plan diverts some of the runoff to a point closer to the Tomahawk Drive, Castle Drive culvert. And while this removes more of the water from the development to a point downstream of the adjacent properties in Westridge Heights, it's still not clear to me that it will not contribute to a higher risk of the creek overtopping onto Castle Drive. A lot of engineering has gone into this project, but it seems to me that a much more obvious approach would have been to simply have reduced the density of the development and retain more woodland and pervious surfaces to absorb stormwater runoff. However, not only does this present plan maintain the same number of dwelling units, it does so by reducing the lot size and magically by keeping the density unchanged. I still contend that the calculated density is artificially low because of what can be best termed sleight of hand. Now, as a quick reminder, this site is subject to the 134% rule, which says that the density may not be more than 134% of the surrounding area. One way to think about this is it's about a third higher, or for every 3 houses on the same area in an adjacent lot, you can have 4 in this. So that's just a bit of a guideline. Which brings me to this. I took the liberty of colouring in the properties that were shown on the plan that was provided. So they're not all there, but all of the units in the Fall Creek Villas are there. And I would point out that each of those orange blocks, it's a bit difficult to see, they're actually split into 2. So we're looking at 28 dwelling units there. And that's next to Fall Creek Farms, which conveniently the developer has been allowed to exclude from their calculations, and Westridge Heights. And I defy anybody to tell me that that is not effectively less than 134% of the density. And the question is, how did they manage to do this? They don't exclude tracts A and C, which they call sensitive land, and which includes the woods that separate the development from Fall Creek Farms, and is inaccessible from the road, so they can't build on that. They exclude Tract B, the Evergy easement, they can't build on, and claim that that is for the exclusive benefit of the owners and residents, despite the fact that it is an easement. They exclude Tract D, that's the street, which conveniently is not a public street, because they cannot fit a public street that the city is prepared to adopt into that space. I say that a sensible water plan would reduce the density to a more sustainable level. By any fair and reasonable assessment, this development is far too dense for this site. I urge you to reject it.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
I also have just a single slide.
And your name?
Lisa Weeks.
Did you catch that, Kurt?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Get started, I'll get it up there in a second.
Hi, I'm Lisa Weeks. My pronouns are she and her, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the wildlife and for my beautiful hometown. Led, I hope, by wise and vulnerable leaders who are willing to look to the future and recognize, even correct, the errors of the past. This land is calling for us to let it breathe. Nature is reminding us that she is not separate from us, she is us. When we pause to immerse ourselves in the buzz of insects, the songs of birds, the sights of deer and bobcat and fox, and the cooling power of woodlands, we know in our hearts that this is not the place to build 14 duplexes on a steep hillside. The Planning Commission knew it, voting twice to reject similar proposals. And the neighbors, those who live closest to it, know it too. We have tried so very hard to appeal to logic and reason, showing where this proposal violates development codes, exceeds density limits, and increases the risk of erosion and flooding. It does not align with Plan 2040. But you have chosen not to listen to us. So now I invite you to listen instead to what will replace this natural beauty if you approve the plan. The unrelenting sounds of construction, the groan of heavy machinery, the silence where once there was birdsong. And know that if you vote to approve this, you are fully accountable for all that is lost forever to the citizens of Lawrence.
Time.
Dale Wheeler, 208 Arizona Street, right next door. I've been thinking about this. I knew this was coming up. I've been thinking about the education I received over the last couple of years on this and my disappointments. I guess I was just naive. I'm just disappointed how zero consideration has been given to the undisturbed strip of forest with larger wildlife such as bobcat and foxes. Just no consideration. I've never heard a word from any of you guys saying, man, sorry, this has to go because we need development. I've never heard those words. At least I'd like to hear that. My own disappointment in just the overwhelming majority of existing neighbors, ultimately they're outweighed by a single developer with influence and money. How the council has twice utterly ignored the majority of recommendations of the Planning Commission, with one commissioner telling me it doesn't matter what the commission recommends. How a commissioner can support this difficult infill project in our neighborhood when earlier this year the same commissioner voted against an infill project in his own neighborhood that his fellow commissioner called a slam dunk, a perfect situation for infill. And I wonder how many of you, if this was happening in your neighborhood, how many of you would vote in a similar manner? Disappointed how many written city codes are excused or ignored or talked around in order for this development to happen. I'm disappointed in how ultimately powerless longtime homeowners and longstanding natural spaces are when up against professional and political interests. How ultimately, my disappointment is just ultimate against this whole process. I came in naive and I'm leaving a different person, and I'm sad about that. I make a final appeal to you, the City Commission, to listen to these many voices, these many homeowners, these many people around you. Consider all the dealings by the narrowest of margins to proceed with this difficult development. Ponder why you would support destroying this old natural green space, and please vote against this development. Thank you.
Bill?
Hi, my name is Jamie Joseph, and I do not live in that subdivision. I was once a resident, and now I live at 1508 Foxfire. I was one of the original 30 people at the Planning Commission when it first started, and we were here till 2 a.m. None of us left. This is a very dear and near project to all of us. I support density in the city. There's appropriate places for density and inappropriate places for density. This is a common sense, inappropriate place for density. When I looked at the newest plans from Land Plan Engineer, I noticed how they offered basements, but they said you need to make sure there's sump pumps in there. I also noticed Commissioner Deaver, you asked how we got to this second plan with moving it closer to the larger lots and doing the gabion walls. I believe Commissioner Larson, with her geology, she wasn't convinced that this was an appropriate plan. And again, as you heard, we just feel as citizens that we can't trust the process. And that's sad because we elect everyone to listen to us. And we had 30 people here the first night of the Planning Commission, and we were all here till 2 a.m. Because this area, once it's destroyed, we can never get it back. And I don't know about any of you, but when I hire someone to come into my home, whether it was at 120 Hidden Lane or at 1508 Foxfire, we always run into a snag. This will not be a snag. This will be a devastating consequence for the area that Commissioner Larson pointed out with the Caswold area. We don't know what's going to happen downstream. They're using a report that is so outdated. We need an actual hydrologist to give us what could potentially happen to this area. We have a brand new civil engineer that can't even give you the correct, to tell you this can't happen. Nobody can predict this. Who would have thought all of the climate changes in Florida and California and the hurricanes and the tsunamis? None of us can predict this. I don't have a degree in civil engineer, but I think we all have enough sense when you look at the density and the tree line and the rock and everything that goes into this sensitive area. Impervious, everything is going to come downhill and it's going to go over. I don't want to pay as a taxpayer to subsidize this project that shouldn't even be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Good evening. I'm Morgan Hannings. I live in the neighborhood. I'm not as good of a speaker as some of the other people, so I apologize to you guys. So I wanted to call out the irony of this going on some of this. We have just gone to the effort of issuing a new code document, and right away now we're talking about approving something that violates the stream channel setback requirements of the code. In Land Plan's letter that was in the packet tonight, it said that the upstream drainage of the creek is about 173 acres. So under the new code, that would need a 60-foot preservation setback and a 20-foot limited use setback before structures begin. The majority of these structures would be within that 60-foot preservation setback. There's maybe 3 or 4 that would be outside of it. But, aw shucks, we're told this old piece of land we can't possibly apply the new code to. So, great. Our neighborhood has spent multiple years trying to tell you that that this development isn't compliant with the old codes, but also no one wanted to listen to us about that on the like Stephen was alluding to with the comparative density. We were told that we were pointing out the code incorrectly. We're just told that the city chose to calculate it a different way. So it leaves us, trying to understand what rules do apply in any of these developments. You've heard from other people in the neighborhood who are just kind of disillusioned about the process. I think rules should matter, especially now, with everything going on in the country. If we think the rule isn't good anymore, we should change it. We shouldn't just ignore it. Aside from that, there's a little bit of talk about it, but I just want to make sure that we're not increasing the risk of flooding on Castle, that the current culvert there is sufficient because, it was designed in the 70s with, rainfall information we have back then, because if there's flooding, it's going to flood the road there, and that's a major road for the city. So if we're not certain about that, how much is that going to cost the city to replace the culvert or otherwise address this? Where's the wisdom in approving a development that has to have gabion walls to protect the homes from erosion, from water issues? And, we're talking about there being an HOA that has to be obligated for that. But what happens if down the road the HOA is poorly managed and doesn't have the money to take care of the gabion walls, replace them, whatever? Is the city on the hook for that? Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan.
Hello, Melinda Ball, 66046, also nowhere near the site, but I gather that each of you are intelligent and well-informed people, and I hope that you all understand that the theory of climate change is no longer and that we live in it, and it will get worse because policies are not aiding in that change, in reversing that. So I say that because even though, as it was stated today, that the stormwater project for this addressed for a 100-year event, I think that's a nice gesture, but really won't hold water, if you will, for very much longer. Let's just say there's a lot more 500-year events as well as 1,000-year events that are now happening. You can just look at last month, deadly floods across our nation. I think about 140 people died out of that. So I understand this isn't a river, it's a creek, but also I do know that the FEMA flood maps for Douglas County are expected to be released in about mid-2026, and there is a trend to add creeks to the flood map because, yet again, climate change, and we have greater rain events. We had a torrential rain event here in Lawrence, Kansas last month. It's serious. I mean, it's fine to look outside today. It's a lovely day, but it's also it's a looming threat that I honestly think about regularly, unfortunately. And so I just say that to say that the land that as it is currently is an asset, and that I really encourage the no development for this site, to please reject it, and to also I believe Patrick and others to consider actually pushing this back to the Planning Commission for review and another vote. Additionally, I have concerns with the wall, Gabion wall, I believe, or retention wall. Gabion, thank you. Gabion wall, hadn't heard that term, but I have concerns about that. It seems like a point of failure. It's been mentioned already. already. You know, you can say all these plans, but what if in 10 years, you know, things fall through the cracks? Also, a little bit I know those things are subject to extreme weather as well. So, you know, have a heavy rain, it may not withstand. So please reject this and or push it back to planning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I begin, I'd just like to comment that it appeared to me that the stormwater engineer, when he was making comments, really didn't understand what a 100-year flood was. If you have questions, I'll be glad to talk about it later. Okay. I'm David Collins, 66049, outside of the Fall Creek Villas plan area. For the city, increased assessed values from newly developed property will get more tax revenue to help with our budget crunch. That does not mean development is better for the city, for the people who move into the new housing, or for people who are already living in existing adjacent housing, nor for the wildlife whose habitats and natural corridor will be damaged. Lawrence needs low-cost housing. Supporters of the development's high-cost units suggest that people unable to afford them will benefit from some kind of trickle-down housing process. It doesn't work for tax cuts for the rich. It will not work for housing. Concern exists about the loss of forest cover that mitigates flooding effects. Statement 21 from the developer's general notes says clearing of existing trees shall be held to a minimum per construction requirements. Considering the meaning and significance of that phrase, I'm reminded of the reaction of Indigenous faculty, staff, and students at Haskell, working to understand the meaning of Senator Moran's Haskell University Improvement Act. Upon reading the final words of the act that, quote, it is the sense of Congress that the university shall receive on an annual basis such increases in appropriation as are necessary to ensure that the university will be able to provide high-quality educational experience. There was a general nervous laughter, sighs, and shaking of heads by our Native American friends who would comment, doesn't that say, just trust us? With global warming, it's very likely that the severity of a 100-year flood in 2025 is greater than the expected severity of a 100-year flood was in 2000. That trend will continue. Behind Track D of the proposed development, the design plan shows construction of a gabion wall on the outside bank of the curve in Deerfield Creek, which then turns in the direction of lots 7 and 8 of West Ridge Heights number 2, where the creek turns sharply back toward lots 7 and 8 of the villas, where the construction of a much longer gabion wall is shown. Their purpose is obvious. They prevent erosion of the creek banks toward the south corner of lots 8 and behind lots 7 and 9. I'm a retired earth scientist, so given that we all know Google is never wrong, I asked Google if there was a problem. Of course there is, said Google. In essence, while the gabion wall protects the specific section where it's placed, it might alter and increase flow dynamics downstream and potentially exacerbate erosion in unreinforced areas. The plan does not take any account of the effect that will have on the properties across the stream from the property. Of course not. Why would they care about property that isn't theirs?
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Hi, Margaret Rose, Lot 4 at West Ridge Height. No gabion walls behind my house. No trees on the other side of the creek behind my house. The plans don't account for runoff into and erosion of the creek right behind the buildings and the buildings on the other side of the creek. This is a steep hill that falls 60 feet from the top of the hill to the creek. The development will create mostly impermeable surfaces, creating swales between the houses, so the rainwater will rush down between the houses directly into the creek. The trees and undergrowth, of course, inhibit that now. Just behind my house, let's just take that for instance, 1 inch of rain over an acre of the hillside dumps over 27,000 gallons of water. 3 inches of rain is over 81,000 gallons. Multiply that by the other denuded acres, and any objective person will agree that is going to add a lot of extra water into the creek that is not diverted by this plan. The creek bank is already eroding and will only get worse when you dump that much water into the creek. I sent the City Commission photographs proving how this creek bank is eroding on both sides of the creek behind my house. I've observed it over 30 years in this location. 3 years of loud construction noise. Thank you for illustrating that beep, beep, beep for 3 years is going to be hell. And it's not even legal from some of the research I've done. But law firms in Lawrence represent developers. So what lawyer could I get in this town? I'd like to know. City planners, their job is to facilitate developers. That's their job. A couple commissioners profit from developers, or their wives, maybe. Why isn't this plan going before the county commission first? I'm not the only one that asked this. Why is this antiquated zoning still in place from 1965? According to current zoning of the property, it would allow something like a nuclear facility to be built.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret?
Christina McKenna, 66046. Obviously, I live in Indian Hills, but these are my neighbors too. And I'm going to ignore the climate science right now and go to physics, because my industry is building, and I live code. I breathe code. If we didn't follow code, I could just, run around topless right here, and no one could say a thing about it. But if we're going to have code, we should follow the code. In fact, there are a lot of changes to codes recently for density reasons, and I support some of that. As it's been said, there are appropriate locations for that. There are appropriate locations to keep natural and to not overdo what they can handle. One of those things would obviously be the mental health of the people in that area, due to, number one, the construction for 3 years, and number two, the stress of always watching the water whenever something's going on and worrying they're going to flood. My basement does flood, and I'm on a hill. It sucks. I have a sump pump. Still sucks. Doesn't help anything. So all of that is on our dime. I would appreciate you listening to our neighbors, because that is one of the biggest problems we have been having. Please listen to your neighbors. Please understand that this needs to undergo a more thorough evaluation. It is not ready yet. And code, as far as I know, in my industry of building things, code is king. So let's please follow the code at the very least.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. I'm not supportive or necessarily against, but I just want to ask the question. When it comes to the environment, has anyone from our our sustainability department, have they weighed in on the issue? Like, I'm not saying these people are lying, but I'm skeptical when it comes to environmental, being brought up. If it's a group trying to use the environment as a reason to stop something, they might want to stop anyway. And I think there are legitimate concerns with this. So I don't want to say that these people are not concerned about the environment. I just want to say is that I don't think I've heard anyone bring up an expert on their end, but on your end, is there an expert who has said there's not going to be any flooding Because I think we have some, don't we? I mean, don't we have a I don't know, you've made cuts, so do we still have the sustainability department? And why can't they weigh in on it? Because they are our environmental experts. And also, when it comes to density, though, okay, it just seems kind of like we're talking about duplexes, right? Duplexes is too much density. Like, go to a poor neighborhood and look at the density in those neighborhoods, and I'm being told that duplexes in a rich neighborhood is too much density. Come on. The poor neighborhoods have just as much density as what's being proposed. So if the poor people can deal with it, I say the rich people can deal with it too. So I just want to throw that out there. Duplexes are not too much density. And so that's pretty much all I have to say. And also, when it comes to I want to talk about sprawl. If we don't build here, does that mean we're going to destroy some other environment? What is it, 8 acres? I mean, what we don't build there, we're going to have to build somewhere else. So I don't know. I think I might not build at the creek, though. So I just want to throw that out there. But ask your experts when it comes to the environment. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Expert. Any other public comment in the room? Sherry, anybody online?
Yeah, we do have a few online. Ryan,
Yes, I'm here.
go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to echo a lot of what was said by most of the former guests, but I do have a unique perspective. I live at 66049, sorry. I live at the corner there of Deerfield, but I also own the 26 acres of green space where this development would drain into. And so we have many, many houses in our community. This is right north of Peterson Road, spanning all the way to almost I-70, which is where the power lines come in through. And so this isn't a hypothetical thing about flooding and erosion. The city has actually, since I moved here 15 years ago, the city's had to redirect the creek twice on both sides of this green space, one at on my cul-de-sac, and then more recently on the other side of this green space. And I've been in contact with Kyle Grotzen-Witz, I can't remember his last name, one of the city engineers, to try to address some of the erosion problems back here that are definitely threatening our houses and driveways. So the issue of like this theoretical risk is not, it's not theoretical to me, and I probably have 5 or 10 people in our neighborhood who are also concerned about the creek's erosion potential. And yeah, I would also agree with the flooding, questioning the flooding zones, because we've seen many times living here in the past decade that the water has gotten much higher, up to a 50-year flood line at least multiple times. So I can't say I represent all the people in the neighborhood, but I kind of do own this creek. And so another question I would have is, if this increases water flow even a little bit and increases the erosion and potential flooding, how liable am I for that? I was just notified that I had to get a big permit to change even a small area of the creek to prevent erosion of my house. So it would seem only fair that the people doing stuff upstream would be somewhat responsible for that. So that's my comment. But I was just made aware of this project this morning, so I'm glad I caught this, but I echo a lot of the sentiments here.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan.
Rachel Alay.
Am I there? Am I here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear? Okay. Okay. Woo! Okay, made it. Yay! I wish I was there in person.
Us too.
Big party. Okay. Okay, my name's Rachel Alay. I live near Burroughs Creek, 66044. And I did this is the 5th time I've talked about Deerfield Creek. You've never talked about the environmental impact in your discussion. My feelings are not hurt. Yes, they are. It's fine. But we really need to talk about that, because I got a lot more familiar with the Plan 2040, the 2040 plan. And truly actually beautiful in what was come up as a vision for our community. And I'm telling you that this area that is being proposed to be developed fits almost all of the criteria of being a sensitive land. It's rare and animal plant habitat in that it is 8 acres of unbroken canopy within city limits. It's not technically a floodway or a floodplain. However, it does flood, so that needs to be in there. We have native woodlands. It's secondary growth. It isn't primary, but it's still native woodlands. Urban tree canopy, wetland. It is a stream corridor, and it is on a steep slope. I am not against density. I am not against infill. This is an inappropriate place to put that many houses. You're gonna literally blow up the side of the hill to put more people there. In the year 2025, when we have, how do I say this? I can't even tell you, our federal government has pulled us out of any sort of hope for national or federal climate changes or initiatives, which means that it's coming down to the local level. It's coming down to us to find local solutions. And the very first thing that we need to do is we need to not build in our waterways, because Kansas is expected to have increase in droughts and flooding events. This is happening. There is a 1,000-year hurricane that hit the mountains of North Carolina. There are wildfires in California. Just because we're in the middle of the state doesn't mean that we're not going to be impacted by these extreme weather events. It doesn't make any sense to build in these areas when they're going to feel more pressure. What makes no sense is to do something in this area that actually sinks more water. And so we take our creeks and we start restoring them so that they help work for us, as opposed to putting more impermeable surfaces, more things that are just going to exacerbate the water situation. I have no idea how I'm doing on time, so I'm just gonna keep going, I guess. So the ecosystem services that were outlined in 40, but I'm done.
Thank you. Steve Kelly.
Yes, good evening. My camera isn't working correctly, but hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me there?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. I wanted to speak in favor of action by the commission to approve this project or approve the final plan. This has been in process for 2 years. There's been multiple studies, considerable review. There's been a number of changes made to the project throughout the process to try to address some of the concerns, particularly the stormwater concerns that have been raised. And, you know, based on the input of the city staff and their experts, it meets the criteria and has addressed the issues that have been raised. And as we all know, Lawrence has been, working through a considerable housing shortage that has impacted the community in a number of ways. Most of them negatively, or certainly all of them negatively as far as I'm concerned. And this is an opportunity to do infill, which has been one of the objectives of the community, a stated objective of the community that now is before us. And I'm just concerned that, it seems highly unlikely that there's any process or any location in the community that will be acceptable for any kind of infill development based on what can always be the argument that this is not the right place for it. There's always a better and a different place for it. This has been through significant review, has been back and forth. A lot of people have opined on it. And I would ask that the commission take the step and move forward to approve the final plan so this madly needed housing can actually take place. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Taylor Hodge.
Hi, can everyone hear me and see me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Taylor Hodge. I'm 66049. I first wanted to fully acknowledge the need for more affordable housing in Lawrence, especially housing that doesn't increase urban sprawl. This has my full support. whether or not the developers in Lawrence, who unfortunately we've seen put profits above all else, including human health and the law, whether or not these developers are concerned about affordable housing is neither here nor there. The main point that I would like to bring to the commission tonight is that I would urge the commission actually to not vote on this final development plan at this time, and to instead go through the proper process of bringing the final development plan to the City Planning Commission, so that those experts might review and provide their recommendation, especially as the potential for this Tuesday night vote has implications for decades to come. The reason why I urge the commission not to vote tonight is because, as we've seen, there has been significant community and neighborhood pushback against this project, especially in regard to flooding and erosion for both the new builds that are proposed and also the existing surrounding community. So much so that some have even dubbed the project the Fall in the Creek Villas as opposed to the Fall Creek Villas, which I thought was creative. Of course, if or when the villas flood or their foundations shift due to erosion, that bill would be footed by the people who have purchased the affordable housing or the homeowners, as would the increase in the insurance rates from flooding. And of course, that bill would not be footed by developers who will have already taken their money and abandoned the space, and potentially the crumbling gabion walls, which may be damming water or may not. The very least the commission can do tonight for the concerned citizens of Lawrence is to take a pause and to not vote on this plan, and instead go through the proper process of bringing this updated plan to the City Planning Commission, like how this process was supposed to go before. But now that the plan has been hopefully significantly updated, it should go back through the City Planning Commission so that they may provide their recommendation, and so that those experts can support community with their questions and concerns. It feels like we are skipping some key steps and opportunities for experts and public engagement. And as someone who will be impacted by this project, that is definitely not a good feeling.
Thanks, Taylor. Time's up. Thank you.
One more. I'm going to move over. Rob Richardson, if you want to provide comment, you're going to need to accept the invitation to move to panelist. Rob Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Rob Richardson. Tonight I'm going to be speaking as President of Richardson Brothers Development. Normally I would speak for the EDC, but you heard comments earlier this evening talking about trust. And that trust goes multiple directions. There's a reason why you don't have very many developers in Lawrence, you don't have very many builders in Lawrence. And that's a trust issue with your process. You have qualified engineers that are sealing drawings, that their professional reputation is on the line, yet people without degrees, without certifications feel like they can come up and slander them and question them. And you allow it to happen. Just for comparison, one of my clients just did a 120-unit duplex development in KCK. They applied to the city for zoning on May 30th. They received their approval on July 31st, 2 months. Go look at the original date on this and ask yourself why you have a housing problem. You have a housing problem because you have a process issue and a trust issue on multiple levels. But you need housing. Please, for the love of God, approve this and start the housing in Lawrence again. This is a fraction of the units, maybe 10% of the units you could build in a year. But you need these units. And yes, it may not trickle down to the person in affordable housing, but it does provide move-up housing. And there is some degree of truth in the fact that when people move up to a different house, the house that they leave behind gets filled by somebody that can afford their old house. That's the way the housing market has worked for a long time. But obviously you have issues to address. You have a hard job up here tonight. But I gotta tell you, this isn't what people experience in other cities. That's why you see your developers and builders in Johnson County, Wyandotte County, Leavenworth County. They don't have the same process issues that they have in Lawrence. So sorry to be downer on that, but I really appreciate what you guys do. You guys do a great job. You've got a hard job, but please approve the housing tonight. Thank you.
That's right.
We have a few more who have raised their hand.
Hello?
Yep.
Yes, Brisa, go right ahead.
I just wanted to comment. I live near this development or the proposed development, and I live by the Hallmark tributary, which I see the erosion when we get large rains, so I understand and see, because it all obviously flows downstream. But I also work as a housing case manager in Lawrence, and I don't think I know the lack of affordable housing. I see it every day. I work with unhoused individuals who cannot find anywhere to live because of the greed in this town. So no, I don't trust the developers. I don't think this is going to be affordable. So pushing it as an affordable housing project is just asinine to me. I would really highly hope that you guys reconsider and push the vote back. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Kathleen Hodge. Go ahead, Kathleen. I think you're on mute.
There. Where? Says more.
Kathleen?
Hello?
Yes, go right ahead and provide your comment.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a little backwards on technology. I just want to be quick because there have been so many people that have come out to speak about this issue. And I am so proud of all the people that have done this, including my own daughter. And all I have to do is look out my window and see the woods out there. I live at the base of this development where you guys, or the proposed development will be. And the woods are necessary for the environment here. And my request tonight is that you guys do not vote on this tonight and put this forward to the Planning Commission for a further review. This is so important for the environment. and everything that you've heard about tonight. So I beg you to please do that. Thank you.
Kathleen.
Welcome, I'm Joseph Brown.
One more I'm trying to get over. Thomas, if you want to provide comments, you'll have to accept the invitation to join as a panelist. Thomas? Thomas, you can go ahead and unmute and provide your comments.
We can't hear you. I think you need to unmute yourself, maybe. Okay. Using up his time there, Sherry.
Sorry, Thomas.
Do you want to?
I don't know. Is he not able to get through? Okay.
I can't unmute him.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well.
I can summarize his thoughts.
Well, I bet you. Poetically, I might add.
Okay. Sorry, Tom.
Okay, let's maybe anybody else. Tom, we can't hear you. For some reason, you're muted, and we cannot hear in your comments, so we're going to have to move on if we can't.
He looks frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen.
No, he's frozen.
Okay.
Oh, there he goes. Camera on.
Okay.
Is that it?
That's all the comments.
Okay. All right, commissioners. Gotten a lot of feedback.
Mayor, I did have a couple more questions for staff. Sandy, could somebody speak to one of the thoughts that was brought up by one of the neighbors was the 134% density that they talked about, that that it does not meet that criteria, if that is a criteria?
I also want to let you know, Sandy, that Randy's on, and it looks like he wants to talk, and Melinda also joined the meeting.
Perfect. Sorry, I'm short.
Randy, we can't hear you, Randy.
He's unmuted, but
ex parte.
He is unmuted.
microphone's on.
How about this? Does that work?
Yay.
All right, this is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. That decision was made when you approved the final development plan. The only thing here before you today is the final development plan. 99.5% of the time, this is just an administrative decision by the planning director. You asked when you approved the preliminary development plan that it come back so that you could review the stormwater plan. And in reviewing the final development plan, you basically step into the shoes of the planning director. So long as this final development plan meets the, basically, it meets the requirements of the preliminary development plan, and the stormwater plan meets the city code, then you have to approve it. If it does not meet the preliminary development plan, or if the stormwater plan does not meet the city code, then you have to deny it. It's a ministerial decision, and that's what you're tasked with tonight in reviewing this final development plan, as opposed to the preliminary development plan, which has already been approved.
So we have a limited role tonight.
Governance in this place.
Yeah, this is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, this is a ministerial decision. If it meets the requirements for getting a final development plan, then it gets it. And if it does not meet it, then it cannot get it. So that's basically the tenor of your decisions.
So Randy, can you highlight that does not meet it? I want to make sure everyone understands, including myself, that would be a thing determined by the engineering staff, or is that something that you think we are supposed to be determining? I want to make sure I understand.
Based on what city staff has presented to you, if it complies with the preliminary development plan and the stormwater plan is in compliance with the city code, then you have to approve it. And if it does neither of those things, or only one of those things, then you have to, basically you don't deny it, you send it back to the planning director to work out a new plan, and it'll come back to you is really what the only two choices you have. Because at this point, the preliminary development plan has been approved, and then if it goes and they can't come together with a plan that matches the city code, then they can't do it. But if it doesn't meet the city code, or if it doesn't meet the stormwater requirements, then you send it back to the planning director and they try to work out another plan if they can. You have to take probably direction from the stormwater engineers and the city engineers as to whether or not it meets the stormwater criteria. I do not know that myself.
Thank you. I thought so. Thank you. Appreciate that.
So then I would ask the engineer if this stormwater plan is in compliance with city code.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Melinda Harger, Assistant Director of Municipal Services and Operations. Our engineer that reviewed this, Kyle Gonterwitz, is out of office this week, but he did update Aaron and I. Before he left, he did an extensive review back in March when this was resubmitted, back and forth, looking also at our model, and this plan does meet our city code and our stormwater management criteria.
So one more question, then, if that's the case. On one of the maps, it's map number 1. There's about 28, 30 different notes that were included with that, and one of them is number 12, which indicates that the public stormwater storm sewer necessary for the development and long maintenance shall be the responsibility of the city of Lawrence. To what extent what parts are we responsible for? Is it just in the creek where the stormwater comes into the creek and goes through that culvert, or is do we also responsible for the infrastructure of the stormwater system on the properties itself? Because I know the street's a private street.
Yes, the enclosed stormwater system that's there adjacent to the street, that would be city infrastructure. The enclosed storm sewer. We're also responsible for the culvert, but not the open channel. There is a maintenance agreement that would be required. It was previously mentioned in the meeting, but the HOA is responsible for that.
So if it comes down, and this is all done, in that we find that the water's just coming too fast and through that culvert and it can't handle it, who would be responsible for having to size that culvert to better meet the needs?
That would be on the city to provide any upgrades to that existing culvert if it does not satisfy, with the higher intensity storms that we anticipate with climate change. We are seeing that throughout our system. That's one of the things we've been looking at with our asset ID and modeling program, is finding the areas where we do have capacity concerns. One of the things that the stormwater engineer did look at was that what drains into that culvert, we're pretty much at, fully developed after this plan. So this watershed is going to be fully developed. So there's not a lot of additional flow that we would expect beyond what would be produced with this development build out.
Okay. It seems to me what I just noticed from the plat is that it looks like the water off the streets, especially in the driveways, that it'll move faster towards that culvert at Castle and Tomahawk. And so I don't know if I'm sure they looked at that, and so I'm sure they looked at that, right?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I dovetail on that? When you talked about the size of the culvert we're talking about, the receiving culvert, I went inside it. It's pretty large. Can you kind of help us understand how many large culverts we have in our community like this, and how often, we utilize these means of conveyance for stormwater, and how often they fail, kind of generally speaking?
Generally speaking, those larger culverts, it's a very rare occurrence that we would have those be the issue in the system that cause the flooding.
Yeah, I thought.
Many times when we are called out after a major rain event, it's something has plugged an inlet. That's pretty common, or in an open channel, if there's been a lot of debris that has been washed down and then blocked a culvert, that could cause it. But the culvert itself, having a capacity issue, that would be rare unless we see a collapse or something along those lines.
Okay. And then the backup to those that are on the upstream end, or that would receive floodwaters that would be plugged up in the existing conveyance, not the culvert, but the natural and man-made conveyance along the road. Currently, I know that we utilize people's property for surface storage and then conveyance. However, I want to make sure I understand, if we change the course, if we clean up the course of this conveyance, will that assist in moving water downstream more rapidly, or will it cause more backup for those people that came here concerned about the flow?
So you're saying if we clean up the channel,
which is what's going to happen?
Water.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. In other words, if they develop this area, and the channel right now has a lot of riprap in it, there's a bunch of dead vegetation, it's completely unacceptable conveyance. In my opinion, right now, it's unsafe. It's snagging. Right. It's just not acceptable. So assume we just clean that ditch up to begin with.
Yes, if that's cleaned up and then maintained in that cleaner condition, you're going to get the flow and the capacity. It's going to leave that area quicker and not build up to create flooding upstream of that condition.
Okay.
Of that area.
And thirdly, people were mentioning flooding in the upstream area, the downstream conveyance areas, after it reaches the surface flow to the northeast and then runs into Deerfield Park. People mentioned flooding there. I haven't heard much about that. Can you highlight, is there really currently some major, for example, we had a major stormwater event. Can you touch on what happened in that event, perhaps in that area? Were there any complaints or any calls out to the community to deal with any flooding in those areas?
I can't speak to any that were elevated to me. I know Kyle gets a large number every rain event. A lot of times we put in work orders, again, to clear inlets or other things that our field staff can take care of. But he did not elevate any of those to me of the 5 or 6 that I've heard here in the last few months.
Okay, and then lastly, does the landowner required to do any improvements to the ditch/creek that runs through the property currently in order to assist in ameliorating any upstream flooding, or is the landowner only required to make changes to that in the event that there's complaints or problems with the conveyance?
Currently, you're asking about the creek itself and the maintenance of it?
Yes.
I do not think we currently have a maintenance agreement on file. However, according to code, that is on the property owners to maintain.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. So I guess, all right, if we don't have any questions, how about some comments or moving this forward?
Well, I think, as we came into this and again, we're approving the final development plan, which, as noted, was only because we sent it back because, when we took the vote on the preliminary plan, of course, we were definitely concerned about the flooding on this creek. And it's been 18 months. They've made changes. They've moved lines. They've added things. And as Randy said, it puts us in a ministerial position of deciding whether or not it meets that code. And I reviewed that. I believe I trust what the engineers have done. I've seen the not only our engineers. Not only the development engineers, but more importantly, our engineers, as well as, my own observing of how they have made changes to it. And so I do think it's a considerably better plan in terms of stormwater than what we saw before, and I believe it meets the code, and therefore I'll support it.
Okay.
Mayor, we've seen this a couple of times, and first time I saw it, I voted against it. Second time I saw it, I voted against it. And I continue to see it, and I'm going to vote against it. We're in this predicament because we opened up, we allowed the can to be open to take us on this path. And it bothered, I'm almost a little bit speechless right now because it's either up or down based on, on the administrative piece. But we had the ability at the first time that we met, that we had this project, to say no. And I think a lot of the reasons why that some of us did not say no to that was because we wanted to give an infill development project a chance that no one wanted. When we initially got this project, it was touted as a 55-plus project. Two-story townhouses is not what people 55 and over want. I'm downsizing my mother right now from a two-story house, from a two-level house. We've bastardized infill development, and we've pinned it up against 2040, and we've made it a bit messy because I think we just did not know, and we're still uncomfortable around infill development and its purpose and its intent. And I've said this again, and I'm going to continue to say it again, because things like this, I hate being generalized. I'm not in the pockets of developers. I don't benefit from this. But I've shared that while Plan 2040 does speak to infill development, this commission has the ability to put a stamp and say, we want infill development to look like this, to shape this. And when we don't do that, then yes, we live in this ambiguity, and we end up going down a path that maybe some of us expected this to come, and we knew we would have to vote like this. Some of us probably didn't realize the extent of what our decision was back in whenever we voted on this. But I'm just so disheartened because this is a project that nobody wants. This benefits no one in our community. I don't like being compared to unified government. We're not unified government. We don't have that government structure. I don't like being compared to Johnson County because we're not Johnson County. But we do need to get a better understanding, and I think this commission and our policy developing authority needs to figure out what we want infill development to look like in this community and call it out. Because if not, we're still going to keep having these pieces pop up. So I don't like it. I didn't like it at the beginning. I didn't like it the first time, the second time, and I don't like it now. But here we are.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was helpful for Randy to go ahead and state that and provide that text because since he has, it does meet those requirements of pre-development, the development plan and then also the stormwater management plan. So, in seeing as we've sent it back to go ahead and have that information regarding stormwater management, and they have provided an agreement as well, and our role is ministerial. I would say it meets it. So,
appreciate that. I appreciate Commissioner Sellers' comments also about what we want infill to look like. This is definitely one that came around in early December of 2023? I can't remember. Yeah. So I agree this was a difficult decision at the time. I know it crosses a lot of borders for me, but back to our role here today is to either determine whether or not these conditions have been met and to approve it accordingly. And from what I've seen, I've been satisfied with that. So I'm going to vote in favor of it. Anybody want to comment or put it up in motion?
I'll make a motion. I do want to note, just for future discussions, that, you know, one of the unique things about this property and this infill was it was not a rezoning. I mean, technically speaking, Plan 2040 applies to rezonings. Mm-hmm. It applies when you're changing the zoning aspects of it, and then you look to see if the zoning aspects. This was zoned already, so it was not. It was zoned. Again, never went through a rezoning. It was only a preliminary development plan. So it's not a consideration where we're looking at Horizon 2020 and seeing if this piece of privately owned property that has been zoned a certain way, should it be changed. That's what was unique to me about this property. It's different when we are looking at a piece of property that the city owns, or a piece of property that's zoned vacant, or a piece of property that's zoned commercial and someone wants to make it residential, or it's single family and they want to make it multifamily. This was a zoned piece of property, and so the decision criteria to me for that property and for future infill projects is different than most ones that we see, because of the question about whether or not it's a rezoning side. But it is, I mean, it's a very important question about what we want infill to look like. But I just want to, of course, point that out. But I would make a motion. I'd move to approve the final development plan, DP 25-0007 for Fall Creek Villas, based on the findings of fact presented in the body of the staff report and subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Can I speak at all?
A motion and a second motion by Commissioner Finkelstein, second by Commissioner Littlejohn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion passes 3 to, was that a nay, 2?
Yeah.
Commissioner, okay, thank you. Motion passes 3-2. Sellers. And Larson in the minority.
Can I take a break before?
Yes. Sorry about that. This is longer than I anticipated. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, if that's okay. We'll be back in 8:33. All right, let's go back here. Okay, we're going to go back to our regular agenda, which is, our next item is a work session, and the work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding actions on items presented during this time. Work session topics are eligible for public comment. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes per comments on this item, work session item.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I'm Rochelle Matthews, the Director of Finance, and tonight we are bringing you the 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, more commonly known as the ACFR. And I'd really like to start out by recognizing the team that worked so diligently on this report, with Jennifer Worth, my Deputy Director, here with me tonight, Todd Fisher, Christy Bowles, Josh Weisenbaker, Mary Biggs, and Paula Branzenor. In addition to the full finance team and all our business partners in our departments who helped us very diligently with answering questions and preparing documents. The ACFR is our annual financial report and indicator of our financial performance, which also includes an independent auditor's report. Happy to report this year that our audit was issued with an unmodified opinion, which is the highest opinion that our audit and financial statements can receive. We were also able to create and issue this report by the Government Finance Officers Association June 30 deadline, which is an accomplishment for us, as we've not been able to do that the last couple years. That's great. We're roughly about 45 days ahead of where we were last year. We have also applied with this ACFR for the Certificate of Achievement in Excellence in Financial Reporting with the Government Finance Officers Association. I'm happy to report that we were awarded that certificate for our 2023 ACFR. To be able to accomplish this award, our financials and audit are peer reviewed by credentialed members of a GFOA panel and compared against a 51-page checklist. We were only one of 30 public entities in the state of Kansas to get this award last year, and this is the city's 33rd certificate since the creation of this program with GFOA. So this year, we provided in your packet and provided a printed copy. This is a 182-page report that takes over 6 months of work by the team I mentioned earlier. We prepare roughly 250 individual documents to prepare for the audit or to respond to our auditor's question. Our reports also comply with Government Accounting Standards Board accounting rules. And so as of 2024, we adopted GASB 101, and by the end of 26, we will be at 104. So for a little context, in 1999, there were 34 GASB standards. So some quick math says that that's on average, we've adopted 3 new standards every year for the last 25 years. In addition to the annual report, something we made available today online is a second financial document called the Popular Annual Financial Report. This is a summarized document intended to convey the results of the full ACFR in a more highlighted and summarized fashion to users that may not have a background in public finance. I'm pleased to report that we also received a GFOA Award for Excellence for our 2023 Popular Annual Report, with some special thanks to Allie Porter and Mary Bisbee, as the Popular Report is a document we really co-create as a team for our community. Both the annual financial report and the Popular Report are available on our finance website for anyone that would like to review them. So now for the details of this presentation, I'm going to turn it over to RSM, which is our independent auditor. Tonight we have Kevin Smith, our partner with RSM, who's going to continue to discuss the results and the details of the audit. Thanks, Rochelle.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Commission. I'm not going to go through that 186-page document that Rochelle mentioned, but just echo what she said about the opinion that RSM gave on that document was a clean opinion. One of the other parts of our audit is looking at federal grant compliance. So there's a separate report within your materials, our compliance report, and that shows the results of both internal controls over financial reporting and also compliance and internal controls over grants, federal grants. Pleased to report that there were no findings over federal grant programs this year. There's a summary of prior year findings in there, and it's noted that anything that had been reported last year was corrected and not repeated this year. There was only one deficiency reported, and it was a result of an adjusting journal entry that had to be made as a part of the audit, really with a timing difference with some revenue recognition, but it was not determined to be a material weakness, but it is something you'll see within that compliance report reported to you. So overall, great results. Happy to answer any questions that any of you might have about the audit or any of the deliverables.
The technical details? Is that what you mean? Yeah, okay. And does anybody have any questions on the audit at this point in time? Okay, well, I think you're good for now then. Okay. Till somebody else.
I'm going to have some, but
Yeah.
But go ahead. We can do public comment. I was going to get to some here.
Okay. Not right now. Yeah.
Do you have anything else to add?
No, that's
before we
it. Thank
come
you.
up with,
Thank you very much.
Our list of questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Well, while he does that, I'm really proud of y'all for getting this done, for successfully having another clean audit, and I appreciate the effort it takes. And I know that I don't do this for a living, but I pay people to do it for me, and I appreciate the complexity of what you're dealing with, I'm sure. But it's really important for us to maintain these level of services for a lot of reasons, but the way we're borrowing money lately, this is our best protection for lower rates and for allowing us to be capable of doing the great things, is to maintaining clean and orderly financial business in the back of the house allows people to judge us for a city that can pay its bills, is responsible, and does things the right way, and I appreciate that. And I know, I'm sure others in this town do, but I really appreciate the work. And after reading this, it's clear that you guys are ahead of schedule, and I appreciate that because we need all the data we can get to make the best decisions we can get. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Michelle, I have a quick question. Speaking to the mayor's point a bit, you know, we get these reports that talk about some of the financial, talks about the financial controls and the financial health of the city. And I know that we've been going through the process with budgeting, and things have become, the process of how we do that. We have more individuals who are in tune and connecting to that. And we talked, I think we've alluded to a little bit of the technical pieces, and sometimes what is talked about publicly doesn't necessarily is different from the controls of an auditor, whether it's a forensic auditor or whatnot. Can you all kind of speak to that? And sometimes where it may look like it's apples to oranges, but it's maybe, it is apples to apples, and why that translation often, I shouldn't say translation, maybe the language changes as far as to be able to make it more understandable to the layperson than it is to those who are actually doing the work from day to day.
Sure. So our audit is prepared on something called full modified accrual, which means it's a very robust set of reporting, that there's a lot of very technical conversions and how things are reported, whether it's on a balance sheet or income statement, that can be very complex. It goes back to those soon-to-be 104 standards. And the GFOA checklist at last check is 51 pages of bulleted point items that we must comply with to issue these statements. So in an effort to issue a budget book or financial reports, we will issue those or present those in a different manner to try to make, to your point, to make them more understandable and to make them read more like a standard profit and loss statement for transparency.
Thank you.
Okay, I finally remember.
Okay.
Finally found my question. The question was about the one finding about the restatement on the temporary notes. think I understand the correction, but I understand the correction. My question was more specific. Said the city, and the corrective action taken, the city has developed a template to account for bond proceeds and temp note proceeds. Is that a new template, or is that something we've done in the past? Or
So those were from the 2023 audit that we then put those in controls in place for the 2024 fiscal year. Those are then tested, reviewed by the auditors to pass, to remove those off this year. So I wouldn't necessarily call it a new template. We updated an existing asset to fit the needs based on guidance we got from outside auditors and a review of GFOA standards.
okay, got it. So that was from the 2020.
Yes. So when we have any sort of corrective action or findings, then we're given the opportunity to correct that, and then that's part of some of those documents that we prepare and bring forward in the next year's audit.
Okay. Thank you for that. That was my only question.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners on this before receive any public comment? Nothing. Okay. Go ahead and open it up to public comment on this issue, the work session item.
Christina McKenna, 66046. The research by the Coalition for Collaborative Governance has identified major inconsistencies between the city's budgeted numbers and the actual financial outcomes, especially in the areas of debt service payments, and capital expenses. In several cases, the differences are not minor and total tens of millions of dollars. When the best and most accurate financial practices are followed, budgeted and actual numbers should align closely. These discrepancies suggest that key financial data may be unclear or misrepresented, making it harder for you, our city leaders, to make informed and responsible decisions. Remember that this is the issue we continue to bring forward. This city would like to know that you fully understand all impacts and input where our lives, finances, businesses, and families are concerned. For example, in 2024, the city budgeted $125 million in capital expenses, but only spent $30 million. Budgeted $88 million in debt payments, but only paid $51 million, and reported $50 million in revenue from debt, when the actual figure was over $83 million. This is just a snapshot of the broader problematic pattern we're seeing. Where did the difference in numbers originate, and where did the overages or underpayments get put? At the same time, the city has budgeted over $300 million in new debt in a short span of 3 years. That makes this the most important possible moment to ensure our financial practices are accurate, transparent, and grounded in long-term planning. Please see Holly Krebs' email for further detail and a great chart. And plenty of questions. One of the main concerns was identified is the city's continued use of one-year temporary notes to fund long-term, multi-year projects. In 2025, $72 million in short-term notes was used for 28 different projects, over half of which were already funded by similar notes in 24. This approach is usually used during times of financial strain, not during stable periods, and it clouds the city's true long-term debt obligations. We've heard several justifications for this practice: lower interest rates, flexibility, and avoiding arbitrage or earning too much interest. But based on our research and consultation with financial experts, those reasons no longer hold true. In fact, continuing this method may now cost more and limit the city's ability to plan responsibly, affecting all of our futures. In short, we believe legacy practices carried over from past administrations may now be outdated, inaccurate, and unsustainable. This is a call for all of us to look clearly at the system and ask whether it's still serving the city's best interest. As commissioners, you're the stewards of our community's financial future. And we urge you to take this opportunity to bring greater clarity, accountability, and long-term financial stability to Lawrence. You owe this to yourselves, as well as to the city of Lawrence and the communities we were elected to serve. Remember this while we vote to ensure that transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness become the rule and not simply a memory of how Lawrence began. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Ems, 66049. I've had the pleasure of reading the last 3 years of annual comprehensive financial reports. It's certainly exciting reading. Looking at the trend lines, it's pretty clear that the city primarily lives off of property tax, debt, the interest you accrue from that, and several other sources, and grants is what I meant to say. But the grants are drying up, and you can see how they diminish over that time period because the administration's changed during that time period. And so we have a problem in having to compensate for that loss of grant money, whether it comes from the state or the Fed. The Fed gives it to the state gives it to you all, which is why I objected earlier. I understood your answer, but I objected earlier to the abeyance of property tax for the benefit of builders. I understand we have goals for building, but we also have a cash problem. And so something has to give somewhere, and the citizens need to know the cost of some of the things that we've traditionally done for different programs for different reasons, because we're going to run into a train wreck insofar as being strapped. And so I think it's incumbent on you all to have a regular educational session to help the citizens understand why sometimes you're going to start saying no more often instead of yes, and then looking for raises in property tax to pay for it, because you don't have that many sources. Last time I was here, I talked about you could sell liquor licenses, or you could charge people for driving downtown. You're certainly going to look seriously, if you haven't already done it, to charge people for going through the various rock chalk and parks. But it's a growing issue, and you can see it in these reports. So I appreciate you all starting to talk to the citizens about some of the hard decisions that need to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Anybody else want to speak to this in the room on this work session item? Anybody online, Sherry?
There's no comments online.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Commissioners.
Michelle, I just have one more question. Are we not following best practices?
To the best of my knowledge, we are following all GASB guidance and best practices that we have. We are, as a finance team, always open to, we continue our education with GFOA. We consult with our peers, both in the eastern side of the state and a Kansas-wide Government Officers Association. And so from auditing and finance, I do believe we are following not only our own internal practices that we've documented, but best practices to the best of our ability.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
questions?
I would echo some of the previous comments and harken back to, I'm surprised Lisa's not saying this, back in the day when we weren't getting clean audits, and we did not. We had several years where we had some issues there. And so to have a string of clean audits for the last, how many years now?
10 years? I think we've had it notified.
No, not that long.
It was
not that long?
No.
Because we had a couple just when I joined the commission.
Yeah.
So it's probably 6 years at least. And so, and we were getting them done, like you said, a lot later in the year. And so appreciate this and appreciate the information and appreciate the audit. I did have one question. Remind me, and I know we asked this most years, RSM, are they under contract for another year in audit? Or
Yes, we have one more extension, and then we would need to re-procure those services.
One more year of audit, then we'll redo that.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks to RSM for your work and appreciate all the work on this.
Yeah, I'm really appreciative of the reports and all the work that's been put into this, and just going back with my history, we had just much difficulties with our audits early on when I was with the commission, and coming up with having clean audits now did not happen by chance. It was by design. when we invested millions of dollars into our finance department to get the software and change. When I first came on the commission, the commission dealt with the fact that we were operating off a 30-year-old system, finance system, from what I understand. And so we made the choice, the commission did, to start investing in bringing us up to the 21st century. And staff responded, and you guys have worked really hard to get where we are today. But we made the monetary investment to do that. And that's the key with all of our infrastructure programs. If we don't make the monetary choice to do that, then we're going to continue to get, systems that just aren't up to snuff as far as I'm concerned. So you got to make the monetary investment in order to get good results. And I think we're doing that. Not only we do it with finance, but we're also doing it with our infrastructure. So.
If I may, I would be remiss in giving kudos to my efficient and effective process partners along lines of what you said with investing in a new ERP system and really being able to respond faster and have better tools to be able to answer questions, but also, working with our IT friends of being able to provide safe and secure access to one of our biggest successes this year was speeding up the time to do reviews where we were allowed to give the auditors limited safe access to the system without having to print and scan and send stuff back and forth. I would have no doubt that saved us dozens of hours in this processes. And so I think in addition to the investment in our infrastructure and sound fiscal stewardship, even like leveraging our partners with my co-champion Brian and our efficient and effective processes, we could not have done as much as we've done without the assistance of his team.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you. Anything else, Dad? Oh, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I need to move on to commission items. I just want to bring up one thing, if that's okay. You want to comment on our friends from Hrvatska? They've delivered this to you. You want to speak to that? I think since you were the one, I want to make sure you get that opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for that. And we did have our friends from Hrvatska, 10 students came and they presented us a beautiful silk that comes from there, close to there, in the same state, county sort of region, not from Hrvatska itself.
Yokohama.
And yes, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Three adults and 10 students, and then we got a lovely letter from the mayor. This is the 32nd youth delegation, and as we know, it marks the 35th anniversary of our sister city relationship. And we will be sending a delegation to Japan in October to celebrate the 35th anniversary. We do that every 5 years. And I'm hoping to be able to go on that trip and meet the mayor and thank him personally. So
Awesome.
It was great.
Well, thanks again for the students and to the Sister Cities groups and keeping that relationship alive for 35 years. It's not easy, and it's hard work for everybody, but it's kind and awesome to see people come and bring us these things that keep this relationship alive. So thanks for showing that and receiving them the other day. Any other commission items? Okay, any future agenda items you'd like to review?
Keep him busy the next few weeks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And if not, then we can move on to the city manager's report.
Mayor, the only item is your ex parte disclosures that are coming up.
Very good. Any comment on the city manager's report? Okay, seeing none. Commission calendars.
Looks good.
Okay, if no comment on that.